Can you? Okay. This is it. Got that update? Got that update?
Give me a 1 second countdown, stand by.
What's up, bro? What's up? No secret conversations in here.
Hey, how's it going?
We're going to call this meeting to order at 4:31. Welcome to the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees meeting. I'm Herlinda Chico. I am the president of the Board of Trustees. My pronouns are she, her. And we'll begin with closed session, exiting into closed session, and we'll return after closed session. So we are going to adjourn into closed session at 4:31. Thank you.
Board President, we need a roll call.
Oh, thank you. I rushed through that, didn't I? Okay, can we please have a roll call?
Virginia Baxter, who is joining remote.
Here.
Herlinda Chico.
Present.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Here. And now we will go into closed session, adjourn into closed session at 4:32. Thank you. So welcome back. We're going to call the open session to order at, and I don't have, 5:34. We just concluded closed session and have no reportable actions. So we will now move on to open session, Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to ask, Trustee Zia, would you like to lead us? Thank you.
Hand over your heart. Again.
Justice for all.
Thank you. And now we'll go to the land acknowledgement. Long Beach City College acknowledges our presence on the traditional ancestral land of the Gabrielino Tongva peoples. This land remains unceded territory. We acknowledge the painful history of genocide and forced removal of this territory. Long Beach City College honors and respects the Gabrielino Tongva ancestors and their connection to this land. Item 2.4, Board Secretary Reese, can we have a roll call, please?
Virginia Baxter,
President.
Belinda Chico,
Present.
Vivian Malauulu,
Here.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Here.
Sunny Zia,
Here.
Student Trustee Hernandez.
Present.
Thank you. Item 2.5 is the report out on closed session. There's no report. Moving on to 2.6, public comments on agenda items. A total of 3 minutes will be allotted to each speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per subject. I do have a speaker card, Sergio Acevedo. Oh, hi, please come to the podium. Thank you.
Saludos, greetings. Superintendent President Dr. Mike Munoz, Board President Erlinda Chico, and all members of Long Beach City College's Board of Trustees. My name is Sergio Acevedo, and I serve on the Executive Board of the California Council of Cultural Centers in Higher Education, CACHE, and I serve as its outgoing past president. On behalf of CACHE, a California network of diversity, equity, inclusion practitioners who serve identity-conscious centers like your Social Justice Intercultural Center, the SJIC, I want to thank LBCC for welcoming 50 of CACHE's members and LBCC affiliates on Friday, February 24th, 2023, a very rainy day at that. Inside your multi-purpose room, we hosted CACHE's first in-person conference since the summer of 2019, prior to our global pandemic. And it's the first conference at a California community college in our nearly 26-year history, 29. We didn't just make his story that day, we made our story. As we drew 60 registrants representing 21 post-secondary institutions from as far north as Santa Rosa College, Junior College, and as far south as San Diego State University. Our LBCC Planning Committee members who directly supported our effort include Kim Hammond, Advisor, Student Activities, Jose Ibarra, Director, Special Projects, Itzel Marin, Intern, Social Justice and Cultural Center, Krishad Moye, Counselor, Emoja Scholars. In addition, I acknowledge Dean of Student Equity, Dr. Sonia Latorre, who guided our efforts with the cabinet, then rolled up her sleeves that day to wash dishes, guide folks to the tea building, and set up for each session. Most of all, I want to recognize my fellow SoCal Drive-In Conference co-chair, your director,
of Student Equity, Dr. Eric Becerra. Dr. Becerra with LBCC folks provided a 10 out of 5-star host hospitality experience. He and I also made quite an improv comedy duo that day. We're undoubtedly the most wanted MCs. As evidenced by our post-event evaluation, he has copies. 95% of our respondents strongly agreed that this was a worthwhile for them to participate at our conference, and that based on that experience, they recommend DEI practitioners participate in future at your conference. This data and so much more made evident that we hosted a truly transformative Patriot homecoming at Long Beach City College. Muchas gracias y vamos Vikings. And we're roasted Vikings. Gracias.
Thank you so much. We're going to move on to item 2.7, approval of the minutes of February 22nd, 2023 regular Board of Trustees meeting. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Great. Trustee Zia and Trustee Ntuk. Is there any discussion? Okay, can we have a voice vote, right? Voice vote.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 2.8, reordering the agenda. Any requests to reorder the agenda? See none. Let's move on to item 3.1, resolutions and recognitions. 3.1, we're recognizing Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and let's see, before we vote, let's do trustee comments, if there are any. Any trustee comments? Oh, great.
President Chico, thank you so much. I just want to honor the community members who are here and recognize them. Thank you so much for being here, and it's a privilege supporting this resolution. I know we all stand with you, with your community. As someone who comes from a background that has had to deal with genocide, I empathize, I sympathize, and I'm here for you and your community, and I will gladly vote for this resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments? Vivian? Oh, sorry, Vice President Malauulu.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for being here, and a very special welcome to our esteemed guests. It's always a pleasure to have members of the Cambodian community, and as you know, the Pacific Coast Campus, it's right in the heart of the largest Cambodian community in Los Angeles, so we're very proud of that, the culture and the heritage, and this is my trustee area, so it's been an honor for me to be able to partner with you over the years for various events, not just with the KPA, with the Khmer Parent Association, but other organizations. So thank you. Special welcome to Chan and Mark and the rest of you. Thank you all for being here. And we look forward to celebrating you all. So thank you.
Dr. Baxter, do you have any comments?
No, thank you for asking. I went to Cambodia at the end of the year, December, January, and it reinforced the horrible situation which these people faced. We welcomed them to our country. They have become model citizens and an inspiration to everyone across the world.
Thank you. And Trustee Ntuk.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, everyone. I'm proud to support this resolution as well. When we talk about all student agenda and all community agenda, we mean everyone, and it's really important that we have the Khmer community here and your representation. I have a lifelong bond to the Khmer community, Khmer family members. My mom used to work at the UCC and help do computer training classes over the years, and It's really great that we have I think we're the largest in America, even bigger than Lowell, right? I think Lowell's number 2. And this is our second year doing this. We had Dr. Suli Sarlo last year join us and as a speaker during our pandemic version of this meeting. And this is, I think, the first time in 3 years we're here in person at the PCC campus because of the pandemic. So, but just want to say thank you again. Appreciate everyone's leadership and your participation here today. Thank you.
And I'll take a moment. Thank you very much, my community. I love our Cambodian community so much. It was my honor to bring this resolution to recognize Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day here at the college and help at the county as well to bring it there. It's something that should be recognized. We do have the largest Cambodian population outside of Southeast Asia. And it's been a beautiful thing to see the activism and engagement of the community in our government process because representation matters, and we see you, and continue to, we want to continue to be a great partner, great community partner with you. So it appears that I have a few people who would like to make remarks. First, Chan Hobson, Executive Director of the Khmer Parent Association, would like to.
Madam President Helena Chico, Madam Vice President Yermila Uno, and member of the Board of the Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Mike Munoz, and executive staff, Long Beach LBCC Foundation, and all Long Beach students, Long Beach CC students. I am, and the whole Cambodian community. I am, and the whole Cambodian community is very moved by the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Much better.
Okay. Let me start again then.
Yes, can we start the time over as well, please? Thank you.
Please bear with me because when I was in the Long Beach CCA 38 years ago, I have 2 eyes. Until in 2020, I have only 1 eye. But I'm still here. I belong to LBCC, the home of my success, the home of my Cambodian community. I belong to LBCC, LBCC belongs to us. When we first came here in 1980, everyone knows LBCC, the PCC campus, and the LAC. All the Cambodian refugees in the LBCC. So I'm very proud to call this educational institution of my home forever, and the home of my husband, and the home of my children, the home of my students that I mentored. Today, Madam President Helena Chico, Vice President Vivian Malaulu, and a member of the Board of the Trustees, Superintendent President Dr. Mike Munoz, and executive staff, Long Beach CC Foundation, and all the LBCC students. I'm very honored to stay in front of you as the LBCC successful student. You grew me, the poor refugee that have nothing when we got off from the plane, but 1 skirt and 1 top and no shoes. And we didn't know that this country is so contrast to 89 to 100 degrees in Cambodia. And I wasn't prepared. However, when I came to the LBCC by a very kind, my ESL teacher that I never remember her name, but I always think about her with love and with the blessing and with the gratitude. She brought me here in this campus in PCC and introduced to a gentleman, again, I don't remember his name, and told him to take care of me because I don't need to be in her class at Wilson High. That's what I start from here. And I never forget all this. I always think about it with satisfaction, with gratitude, with love, caring, and compassion. Today, I am in the whole Cambodian community in Long Beach, not just in Long Beach, in LA County, and in the whole nation. I appreciate you very much and profoundly love you because you, as the first educational institution, that you make history by presenting the resolution at LBCC because of the almost 1 million students from elementary school to the university in my labor camp that I was in were killed because the crime of being the well-educated and being to read and write. Dictators fear the educated because they can reason. They see through their lies and see their true motive. That is why the work you do at LBCC is so vital. And not just to improve the lives of the students, but to produce an educated population that will protect the democracy we cherish. I am honored to receive the resolution and would like to thank you for your dedication and your devotion to educate and prepare all the students of all race, diversity, through every religion to become a champion, a very effective with high impact future leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pam. And that's why she's a Hall of Famer.
Thank you. I would like to present, first of all, O'Leary Yim. Her father was a prince, Narodam Virya, is the first cousin of King Sihanouk that passed away. And her grandfather was my mentor when I was 13. And I never imagined that I met her here in Long Beach through work like Madame the Vice President know and Madame the President know that I actively work with everyone. That's why I met her. And then we talked. That's why I found out that she is his granddaughter. So today, even though we don't have a copy, she bring this copy that Madame the President already have to put in the PCC library that written by her sister, her younger sister. And when you read this, you will know the culture and everything of the Cambodian family. And I owe you another copy for LAC. And we have one for Dr. Munoz. I already worked with my team to translate this in Khmer. We have halfway done. So we have halfway to go, and then if we get it done, both LAC and PCC will have a copy in the library. And Mr. Cha Song is my friend who worked with me tirelessly to serve the youth, the Cambodian community, and every community that need help. We did not just serve the Cambodian community, because when I came here, I stopped here in Long Beach. The foreigner lend their hand to help me out, lift me up, grew me, and show me the direction. So we, in turn, we pay back. We serve everyone the same as they help us. And the fourth one, Satari, when she came here, she was an orphan. She came here at 10 years old. She became very successful raise 3 beautiful children, and have a happy marriage. And thank you so much for this honor.
Thank you, Chan. And Chan, you not only walked away with an education here, you walked away with Mark, right? Didn't you guys meet here? You met here.
Okay. I met Mark by surprise because in our English class, I wrote an essay, even though my English was so thick, like to throw the rock in the wall, you know. But I can write, right? And my topic that I get an A- from my English teacher, I said, woman will rule the world.
Yeah.
And Mark asked me, really? I said, yes, really. That's what through our debate, that's what we became friends. And that's what we stay here until we graduate and transfer to Cal State Long Beach together. And then later on that we engaged and got married for 37 years. Thank you.
No, so wonderful. We do have another speaker, and Alex Long is part of our LBCC event planning group. Oh, there you are, Alex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
LBCC Board of Trustees, LBCC Leadership, and Superintendent President Dr. Mike Munoz. My name is Alex Long, and today I'll be speaking on behalf of the LBCC Asian Pacific Islander DESI Affinity Group. When I learned about this resolution, I knew I had to come up and say something because this is actually something that's extremely personal for me. You see, growing up, all of my uncles and aunties would get their guitars and keyboards and microphones, and they would gather around our living room during family parties and they would play rock music. And I would ask my uncle, "Uncle, why do we play rock music?" And he said, "Chun, growing up, your uncle was a rock star. And before the war, your uncle Rick over there, he used to play the guitar. We used to have a band. Before the war, we used to wear leather jackets and gel our hair and listen to Elvis. Before the war in Battambang, we knew how to have fun." But whenever I would ask him about the war, he would say nothing. And that's how it was talking to my aunts, my uncles, my dad, and even my mom. And as a matter of fact, I remember when I asked my mom one time about the war, she told me, "Son, stop asking, because it's too painful, because it's too traumatic, that it's a lot easier, son, to just forget." As I work as a student success coach and also the club advisor for the APID Student Club here at Long Beach City College, I get the privilege of working with Cambodian students every single day. Yet, I see that we all share a similar story of growing up in this culture of silence. I've never met a single Cambodian person who wasn't impacted by the Cambodian genocide in one way or the other. The recognizing of the Cambodian Genocide Remembrance Day by Long Beach City College serves as an inspiration, but also permission to really explore and honor our past. It serves as evidence that our culture and our history goes far beyond before the war. It serves as a step towards recognizing in hope that the trauma, the displacement, the sacrifice, the hardship that the generation before me faced was somehow worth it in the end. Because it led us to here. Here at Long Beach City College, we are part of a renaissance. We are part of a time where we can let our ancestors' music play through us. A time when we can start bringing our past to light. And finally, a time when we can finally shift from surviving through forgetting to thriving by remembering. On behalf of the APID Affinity Group, thank you for this resolution.
Thank you, Alex. That was beautiful. Now we're going to go ahead and take a vote before we take our photo. So if we can please have a roll call vote, Madam Secretary.
Student Trustee Hernandez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Erlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia,
Aye.
Great, thank you. Motion passes. I'm now going to invite our guests to come down here to receive the proclamation, and it's going to be a little tight because we're in a different place, but we'll do our best. More presentations to do? Thank you. So item 3.2 is a resolution recognizing Women's History Month. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Great. Are there any trustee comments or discussion? Okay, seeing none-
President Chico, I'd like to say something.
Oh, okay. Dr. Baxter?
Yes, I just wanted to say, as the person who inaugurated the History of American Women history class in 1972, I think it's very appropriate to have this recognition. So I don't know how many years later that is. But
That's
it's
50 because I was
a
born in
goodly amount of
73.
history, anyway. Yeah. I'm not good at math, but anyway, I think it's very, very appropriate to have this resolution, and I appreciate the board bringing it forward.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter, for all of your work, your decades of work uplifting women. So we will move on to inviting our guests to say a few words. And it looks like we have Dr. Lisa Orr, Dean of School of Social and Behavioral Sciences.
Thank you, everyone. It's very nice to be here tonight. How's that? Is that better? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It's very nice to be here tonight. Good evening, Board President Chico, distinguished board members, Superintendent President Munoz, and other distinguished members of the dais. On behalf of the Women's History Month Steering Committee, I want to thank you for this resolution highlighting Long Beach City College's support of Women's History Month and of women in general. The theme of our celebration this year is celebrating women who tell their stories, elevating the women of LBCC. Many of our events highlight women telling their stories or talking about the lived experiences of specific groups of women and their continued struggles. Before I go into some details about those things, I would like to thank a number of people who have been instrumental in planning events this month. My apologies in advance because I know I will leave out some names as there is far too many to mention. And thank you to Director Eric Becerra, who has been a steady hand in making sure everything was in order for each event, from purchase orders to room reservations to making sure we were all on task and finalizing plans at the very beginning of the semester when things get so busy. Thanks also to Dean Sonia De La Torre, who similarly has helped to make sure that the lineup of events, and most particularly the fabulous kickoff event earlier this month, were great experiences for all involved. Speaking of our kickoff event, it featured an incredible female spoken word artist, Angela Aguirre, and a talented filmmaker storyteller, Jessica Law, both of whom really wowed our audience and brought many of us to tears, and that's speaking on my own behalf. Thank you to Board President Chico for representing the board and highlighting the struggles that so many women face, and to Superintendent President Munoz for honoring the important role that women play at LBCC with the goal of uplifting women at this institution. That touched me as well. Thank you to Professor Vanessa Crispin Peralta and to our student steering committee member, Bree Pinkerton, for serving on the steering committee for Women's History Month and all the work they put into making this happen, as well as to Jerome Hunt in his supporting role for Women's History Month and coordinating the food at the kickoff event. And if you were at the kickoff event, you know that that food was so good. It was so good. And that was a women-owned restaurant. The name?
It's Fresh, Grilled Fresh.
Grilled Fresh.
It's spelled from.
Yeah. If you get an opportunity to check it out, it's a Long Beach restaurant that is women-owned, and it's a Caribbean-themed restaurant. Really, really good stuff. Yeah. I do encourage you to check out some of our upcoming events. There are quite a few of them. I won't go into all the names, but they're on the website. If you just click on the homepage when we get to that Women's History Month thing on the carousel, you click on that image, and they all come up. I do want to say a few words about the status of women, and I'm going to leave a lot out because we could go on and on. I taught women's history, and one semester is not enough. But women in our society still struggle, despite many gains along the way. We make an average of 80 cents on the dollar, and that's for white women. And when we look at the amount of money that women of color make, it's substantially less than that. We continue to work not only our regular jobs, but for many of us, the second shift at home after our regular workday is over. We are the custodial parents as single parents in the vast majority of cases, though not all. We have a disproportionate amount of domestic violence against us. This rose to astounding heights during the pandemic. Women of color continue to be victims of violence directly aimed at them because of their racial and cultural background. We also know that reproductive rights, which are not just important to women, but to men as well, are under assault from a whole variety of areas. We also know that women in general, even though they do very well in education, simply do not rise in many places in the workplace. And we still have that glass ceiling where women, get to a certain level and then they simply don't go beyond that. All of these and many, many more continue to be struggles, and I really want to thank you for highlighting that. I do want to just say thank you to Trustee Baxter. When I was a student at Long Beach City College, lo these many years in the past, she was somebody who was a woman who was a leader on campus, and I really want to thank her for that. She also taught women's history, and so I'm proud to have followed in those footsteps. So there's a lot of work to be done, but Women's History does a really nice job of highlighting that, and I do thank the entire board for this honor and resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're going to go ahead and take a vote. Dr. Orr, we'll invite you as well to come down to take a photo. But if we can get a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Hernandez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk, Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Great. The motion passes, and we'll take a photo. And I'm wearing my Jane Austen shirt that says "Obstinate, Headstrong Girl."
You're the honoree, so I'll help play.
Resolution 031523C in recognition of the Cesar Chavez Day as submitted. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Great. Do we have any trustee comments or discussion? Trustee Ntuk?
Yeah, just want to say, support this measure. I'm really happy to see it come forward. I had the fortune of living in Bakersfield for 6 years and really meeting many of the organizers and their families and of UFW, and the work of Cesar Chavez just transcends so much beyond Kern County to around the world. But it was a multiracial organizing effort that really galvanized the country around the grape strike originally, and the different efforts to make sure that folks had, basic living conditions. I remember, driving to and from work, past the fields. It was like a lawsuit and a state law to have bathrooms and water out there, and it was, this was like 2010. It was like such a, basic issue that still was unresolved, but it was the organizing of UFW that made it happen. And I was fortunate to go to Keene. If anyone gets a chance to go up, it's on the way up to Tehachapi. That's where Cesar Chavez is buried. It's a great museum and site. Maybe something we can work on a student trip to one day. But just really been inspired by Cesar Chavez, and really happy that we're recognizing his life and legacy today.
Thank you, Vice President Malauulu.
Yes, I'm very grateful as well to see this resolution come forward. I have a personal interest in seeing anything with Cesar Chavez recognized on the labor front, because my union, ILWU, for those of you who don't know the history, You could research it, and they've made a movie about it. When the grape strike happened, the reason why it was so successful, here's a little labor trivia, is because dock workers around the world refused to offload the grapes from the vessels. And that was what ended the UFCW struggle, actually, because throughout the world, dock workers were able to, in solidarity, unite and say, we're not touching those grapes. And that was the pressure that was needed. So I'm very proud of that moment in history, to be able to represent a union that has always been very militant in its efforts and very active in supporting worldwide dock worker struggles and other labor struggles. So I'm happy to see Dr. Perez here. I'm happy to have the Labor Center here at the Pacific Coast Campus be involved in this resolution. And I'm grateful for all the many activities that the Labor Center here has been able to support. Last year, we had a Cesar Chavez event. This year, there's another one pending. So keep up the good work and know that there are lots of people supporting you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I will just say that I'm very thankful for Cesar Chavez's work, since I know my grandfather started working in the fields with his siblings when he was 5 years old. And so the work that Cesar Chavez did was incredibly important to help so many different communities. So with that, I would now like to invite Dr. Perez and Dr. Becerra up to say a few words.
Thank you all. First of all, thank you, Superintendent President Mike Munoz, Erlinda Chico, Board President, all the Board of Trustee members for, obviously recognizing this important day. I have a couple things to say about this specifically. Is that one, I would not be here without Cesar Chavez for one specific reason. My first community college mentor, Maria Lopez, who's still a faculty member at Mount San Jacinto College, was actually a bodyguard and one of the primary researchers who worked out in the field of the Imperial Valley, looking at women's farm worker struggles and specifically the mental health issues. And so her teachings and tutelage, literally grabbing me from what would have been a firefighting career to a career in teaching, brought me to this place in this institution. And I have to recognize Dean Orr, who has believed in me since the beginning, who helped to bring me to this space. And so I'm very grateful, one, for just the amount of support and trust that you all have placed upon me in terms of my role as the Labor Center coordinator, but also that, as a father, as a faculty member, and as this coordinator, I think about the Si Se Puede mindset, right? What it means to, yes, we can, we have to, right? To keep going. And so we think about now the flooding that's going on in the Pajaro Valley, as in Central California, and that we, are in solidarity with those folks, that we want to help them out. And the farm workers are still struggling, whether it be the Immokalee farm workers that are in Florida, or if we think about around the world, that there are numerous folks. Secondly, I think about my own family immigrant journey. My parents came from Cuba. My father and my grandmother were garment workers in downtown LA, and so there are still numerous folks that are still in struggle and solidarity for labor support and for better wages and working conditions. And so, again, yes, we can. We have to keep going. We have to keep doing this work. So, again, thank you so much for the honor, for the support, and I'm happy to fill this role in the Labor Center, and I look forward to supporting LBCC in this role and what we can do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Thank you for all your work.
Well, I really wasn't prepared to speak today. I thought it would be just Dr. Perez, but since my name was called, I do come from a migrant farm working family. So my grandfather was a bracero way back in the day. My father just retired recently, less than a year ago, from his career as a migrant farm worker that started at age 17. When I was 15, it was my turn, right? So I think I want to call attention to some of the stuff that Dr. Frank Perez called out, that while the UFW and the Cesar Chavez movement moved a lot of things forward, there's a lot of work yet to be done. At age 15, my work week was 90 hours, 7 days a week, because overtime laws didn't apply to farm work. And when this conversation would come up in these companies, the choice was given to the employees. We can do overtime. You work 8-hour days, 40-hour weeks. What happens to our standard of living after being used to working 90 hours a week, right? So it was never really an option. Legislation is necessary to make that really feasible. We talk about Pajaro.
It flooded, right? Those workers, I don't know if you remember those really strong windstorms in the rain I posted on my Facebook. Work didn't stop for farm workers on that day with raincoats on, still picking those vegetables. Sometimes people say, what can we do to really help the cause? And I just toss out a question, right? Until this country is willing to pay as much for a salad as they are for a chuck steak, nothing's gonna change, right? So I know there's a lot of dietary choices, and sometimes people engage in real intense conversations about what is a better dietary choice, what is more revolutionary, what is more woke. As you enjoy your vegan and vegetarian lifestyles, I just want to ask, what have you done for a farm worker? Thank you.
So glad you had the opportunity to speak and share your story. Even though you weren't scheduled to speak, I'm glad that you shared your experience with us. We're going to go ahead and take a vote. Board Secretary Reese?
Student Trustee Hernandez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Herlinda Chico.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Great, the motion passes, and I'd like to invite you both back down so we can take a photo. Now we're going to move on to our standing reports. ASB President Report, Alana Jolivet. I didn't see Alana here. She not, okay, so,
We have,
oh,
yeah, sorry.
perfect, thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Munoz, how are you? I have the honor and the privilege today to step in for our amazing President, Alana Jolivet. A few things. Our next ASB cabinet meeting will be on 3/20 at 3 p.m. at Valhalla. The Women King movie screening on 3:30 at 1 p.m. at the Nordic Lounge, and I would like to extend the invitation to all of you. Hopefully you guys can join us. ASB has appointed 9 students to 4 upcoming hiring committees. I am one of those 9. ASB elections. Applications are live and on the Viking Engagement website. We're looking for enthusiastic and engaged students to fill these leadership positions for next year, especially my position. I am no longer going to be here. I graduate, so hopefully you'll find somebody passionate enough to take on the role. And also, ASB is excited to meet with the mayor's office later on this semester down at City Hall. ASB is continuing to hold a wellness event each month to support students and destigmatize mental health. We will also have 7 ASB students attending the Student Senate for California Community Colleges General Assembly at the end of March. We will be voting on resolutions that will impact all California community colleges, college students. This is also being hosted in downtown Long Beach, and we are excited to show off our city. So that is it for the reports. Thank you very much for having me. Good night.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on graduation. Moving on to item 4.2, Student Trustee Report, Alex Hernandez.
Thank you, President Chico and members of the board. I want to start off by saying Happy Women's History Month. Wow, what an amazing month it has been. I am so excited to report what I have done since my last board meeting. Dario, can you please play the slide? Again, Happy Women's History Month. I was honored to be invited to the Women's History Kickoff Month event in our LAC campus. I was thrilled and filled with mixed emotion after hearing two amazing guest speakers, Jessica and, correct me if I'm wrong, Angelica. Their stories and their courage to publicly speak about their life was inspirational. And I just want to give thanks to those individuals that guided me through these journey and so made this light on their behalf. First and foremost, I wouldn't be here without my mother's love, sacrifice, and nurture. The person who always made sure that I had food on the table and a roof over my head. The one person that gave me everything to make sure I wanted, I needed, and also what I wanted and didn't need. I can't leave my partner, my high school sweetheart, and my better half. She has also been through many obstacles with me and still continues to support me. And I also want to make her think that she's also the first lady student trustee, right? I can't leave so many mentors in guideship through my many years at LBCC, starting with both of my mentors who gave me the tools and skills to be who I am now, Linda Olmos and Karina Rubio. I am so grateful for all their hard work and their mentorship that continue providing me, as well as Dr. Sonia De La Torre, Wendy Porter, Kim, Kimberly, Lupe Pasillos, Taylor Robertson, Coco, Deborah Miller, Dr. Carmichael, Rosa Martinez, Sarah Rodriguez, and many more. I just want to say, way too many to mention in a short time, and please don't feel bad that I did not mention her name. Just know that I really appreciate everything y'all done and continue leaning their support. Of course, I can't leave out those who are here now on the dais from one end to the other, and they should also be acknowledged for all their hard work they do in our community. Melissa, Michelle, my fellow trustees, Sunny Sia, Dr. Baxter, my VP, Malululu, and of course, our president, Erlinda Chico. Thank y'all for your hard work, and know that we are appreciated for all the work you guys do in our community. Many are wondering why I chose this temple, this background, right? This is actually a Mayan temple called the Jaguar Temple, located in Guatemala, where my parents are from. We sometimes are wrapped around so many things that we forget that we come from an ancestral, right, background. And I just want to give thanks to them, to my ancestral, right, making that sacrifice and, that will to survive. And without them, I wouldn't be here. So next slide, Dario, please. So I was also able to attend the chamber, which was from many different aerospace engineering companies that are trying to make, or are planning to make a move into our community. All the amazing opportunities that our students will be able to take advantage of, also able to connect. I was able to connect with our mayor, Rex Richardson. Can I say how blessed our community is to have such an amazing mayor? Looking forward to meeting with him again and connecting with him one more time. And my final slide, Dario, please. What an event we had this past Monday. The state of the college was such an amazing event. Oh my God, you can feel the love, the support, and shown by everyone in the room. I am so thankful for the opportunity to be part of the event. Thank you for showing the same love and support to my little princess, Amy. I know that she is watching right now, and I'm so proud of her. Exposing her to such a great community made an impact to her. To hear that she personally said that she is amazed by how the community recognized all the hard work and show their love. And now she wants to also be a student leader when she gets to college. I just want to wrap up my report by saying that I met with Dean Gleek in the English department. Thank you so much for making time for me and sharing the ideas and resources that she's taking place in the English department, and I can't wait to meet with her one more time, and that will be the end of my report.
Thank you. It was a beautiful report. Thank you for sharing. We're moving on to 4.3 Academic Senate President Report, Suman Manduri. Wait, did I just mess that up? Suman Mudanari, yes. Sorry, I don't know why I messed it up.
There's a lot of vowels. Thank you. I'm good, I'm gonna hold it. So good evening, Board President Chico, Superintendent President Munoz, distinguished board members and colleagues. Happy Women's History Month. Women of LBCC in this space and who are not in this space, I see you, I feel you. I want to tell you all that I'm motivated and moved by the invisible labor that occurs at this college. Let me tell you, if you don't know, go to any committee on this campus, and you'll see that the majority of the people who are sitting on those committees are women here at this college. So without all of you, this place would not run. So thank you. State of the college. That was amazing on Monday. Dr. Munoz, thank you. I want to give a huge shout out to everyone in facilities, marketing, communications, for making that all happen. It is always wonderful to be able to connect with each other outside of our normal meetings and build community with each other. So thank you for that opportunity. Tomorrow is Flex Day, Spring Flex. Yay! It's titled Becoming a Trauma-Informed Educator, Showing Up for Our Students and Ourselves. This year, like last year, we'll be on Zoom, and we have 2 keynote speakers. Dr. Laura Quiros, who works with leadership of corporate and nonprofit organizations to missions of DEI, and Dr. Paul Gallagher, who will be Zooming in from Belfast, Ireland, from the Wave Trauma Center. And he's going to talk about how neurobiological research has found that trauma impacts our brain area associated with cognition, memory, behavior, and learning. And I'm throwing this out there because this is going to be where we need to begin to focus the work that we do here for our students, really looking at the depth of their trauma and how do we help all of them work through that so they can succeed here at this college. Veronica Alvarez, our FPD coordinator, Catherine Conchada, our office assistant, and our student worker, Desiree Pritchett, have been working their butts off behind the scene to make this happen tomorrow. The Holistic Approach to Course Success Work Group has met several times this semester. We're using Completion by Design framework, and it's looking at lost momentum points for our students' journey from connection, entry, progress, and finally completion. And I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to the man next to me, Dr. Douglas, for his leadership and collaboration on this. Very important work for our students. And finally, since everyone is highlighting, I just wanted to give a shout out to all Indian people out there for Natu Natu for winning at the Academy Awards. I want you. I want to tell you why this is important to me. It's in my mother tongue, Telugu. Telugu is not a language that is most known or well known, and so for that to even be on the stage and then to win an Academy Award has been a really big deal. So anyway, that's it. Thank you. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Suman. That was great. Item 4.4 is Classified Senate President Report. CC Sadler.
Hi, everyone, trustees and guests. I decided, I have a lot to cover tonight, and I decided a lot of people are going to be talking about State of the College this evening, but it was a wonderful, wonderful event, and student trustee Alex, that was exactly what it was, a good feeling. Many people came up to me and said it was a very spirited, calming feeling, and just a sense of community. And the food was great, and just the whole atmosphere was great. Dario, next slide. So tonight we're going to have a group talk about the ACCJC follow-up report. So we're going to have our open forum for that next Monday. Next slide. And Classified Hero of the Month is Malcolm Elliott. He's an Admissions and Records Technician 2 in Enrollment Services. His superpowers are works efficiently with a smile and super helpful to students
needing assistance. And the person who nominated him said, mainly, I can always count on Malcolm when I call or email him. And what Malcolm said is, my favorite thing about working at LBCC is that whether you are a student, staff, or faculty, from the moment you step onto our campus, you are family. Because just like a family, everyone is here to support and nurture you into your best possible self. Next slide. So now I'm going to talk about Taylor Cleason. Last month, we lost Taylor, a valued colleague and classified professional. Taylor was hired in 2011 as a student assistant for the Multidisciplinary Success Center for Learning and Academic Resources. She was hired and quickly promoted in 2015 from instructional aide for the MSc to instructional lab support technician. A colleague has said that she always considered the student's view. She advocated strongly for them and herself. She always put herself in others' shoes and had great empathy. She was a stickler for the rules and always followed them. She enjoyed a good laugh and could basically talk about anything: art, cooking, camping, academics, whatever. And she would often wear a flower in her hair. She was quick to learn processes and always wanted to find ways to improve the student experience. She had a fearless approach of asking questions and talking about challenging situations. Her colleagues say she was a natural leader. She deeply cared about others. She was especially mindful of our students and making sure they were afforded the best experience possible, not only in the centers, but across campus. She boldly advocated for the students within the department. She gave her time to the college through past service to the Classified Union Board, on the Success Center's Oversight Committee, the Student Success Committee, and as president of the Library Learning Resources Committee, an associate group of the LBCC Foundation. She also served and did projects for the Classified Senate Council as well. Taylor was known for her willingness to go above and beyond, always willing to collaborate on projects from handouts, flyers, or posters and advertisements to her contributions during extracurricular events. She had an eye for detail, a talent for graphic design, and a creative, fun spirit. What seems to stand out in the remarks that I read and my knowledge of Taylor is the warmth offered by her. She was easy to talk to, and whenever she passed by, it was with a smile and hello. If time allowed, she enjoyed chatting and catching up. One colleague mentioned how she could talk to Taylor about many things without feeling judged. She always made others feel safe, physically, emotionally, mentally, and inclusively. She had a great sense of humor, quick wit, and a contagious laugh. She also had a knack for baking, and everyone enjoyed her delicious treats. Her colleagues consider it an honor to have known her and to have worked alongside her. And donations towards the student scholarship in her honor can be sent to the LBCC Foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cece. And we will adjourn in her memory as well tonight. We will move forward to 4.5, LBCC FA Bargaining President Report. Suzanne Engelhardt. There she is. Thank you, Suzanne.
Good evening, Board President Chico, Superintendent President Munoz, and other distinguished members of the dais. As you have heard, the theme of Women's History Month is celebrating women who tell their stories, elevating the women of LBCC. FA wants to acknowledge the life and work of the women here at LBCC. I challenge you to honor these women by making sure their wages and working conditions are commensurate with the work we do. I also want to thank all of the women and men that made these events for this month possible. I would like to thank you, Mike, for a great state of the college. I appreciate how you continue to highlight our students, which isn't too hard to do, but you do it well. And for highlighting the work the employees of LBCC do to keep this place running. And that you recognize the work of our faculty, part and full-time. We are in the as we are in the trenches daily, working closely with our students to provide the best opportunities, skills, knowledge, and direction we have to offer, to the point that it is a challenge to create boundaries for a healthy home and lifestyle outside our work environment. So I'm glad the work that FPD is doing to help faculty and eventually our students as well. Congratulations to Susan Chen, Professor of History, for completing her sabbatical project, Ethnic Studies textbook. One of the outcomes was to provide students with low-cost course materials for ethnic studies. Great work, Susan, and I trust we will all enjoy her presentation tonight. Regarding the ongoing collaborative work, and I know it's still a study, but this is my report. Regarding the ongoing collaborative work faculty have put into coming into compliance to ACCJC standard IIA3, I want to thank the past and current curriculum chairs, the SLO coordinator, and our online education coordinator for their collaborative and caring approach to guide faculty into a comprehensive and obtainable system to update our SLOs and connect them to our course outline of record. Faculty caring and considering faculty is a good thing. Getting a bit out of my lane, which I can do well, I do want to acknowledge agenda item 9.1, the nominee for the California Community College Classified Employee of the Year, Starla Thomas. As was acknowledged at the State of the College, LBCC has some of the best employees. Starla Thomas is a stellar human being and a delight to work with. She does so much for our CTE faculty. Thank you, Starla, and congratulations. Please note, CTE, Career Technical Education, is now CE, divided into two schools, Career Education and Applied Technology, which is Trades and Culinary. Negotiations. Our negotiation team continues to diligently work to come to the table with well-researched and collaborative work to add value to our salaries and working conditions. As a college, we work to provide industry-driven programs that lead to careers that have a living wage for our students. Coming from the trades, myself, electrical technology, many of our instructors and professors were once students here at LBCC. As an electrical technology professor and faculty association president, I ask that you consider your thoughtful and responsible contributions to our contract through this negotiations process as an investment for the future of many of our students that graduate and return to our LBCC family. Let them know that coming to LBCC as an employee, they can look forward to a living wage to come back to serve the community and the next generation of students. Thank you, faculty, for your work and dedication, and thank you, members of the community and the dais, for supporting our faculty so we can focus on supporting our students and student success. Good evening.
Thank you, Suzanne. And thank you for giving attention to both sides. That was pretty impressive. 4.6, AFT Bargaining President Report, Robert Remetta.
Good evening, everyone. President Chico, Superintendent President, esteemed board members, members of the dais, Long Beach community, thank you all for attending tonight and for the board for all you do. I did talk to Cece beforehand, and she was going to cover Taylor. Just so you know, Taylor was my communication officer and was a serious lover because she just seems so full of life. And it's just hard to get over at times. Anyway, I left Cece covering all the important facts. So just so you know, she was an amazing employee for Long Beach City College and did everything for students. And on the flip side of that, Starla Thomas is also on my e-board, and she's our membership chair person, and she does an amazing job. She tries to take care of and give everyone proper knowledge with the new employees, and she is just 100% Long Beach City College. She gives her all in everything she does, and she's an amazing employee, and I truly think she deserves everything she gets because she's definitely earned it. And that's all I can say about that. Anyway, I know it's the month for the Woman of the Month. I'm losing it tonight. We're in History Month. I'm sorry. I kind of lost it there. But, you know, I'll tell you just a little history about me. My mom taught here for 36 years. And she told me some of the things when I was growing up that happened to women. And I just couldn't believe people were like that. Even here, you know, you're all a younger generation, no offense, except for maybe one of the trustees who was around with my mom. And some of the stuff that went on back in the 70s and 80s just wasn't right. And apparently it hasn't changed. So I feel for you, and someone who actually knew what was going on here, I kind of was shocked, you know. I thought we were past that, but I guess people need to pay attention always to the future. And the women here need to speak out. And I'll be honest, when they said that they sat on every committee, I'll be honest, they're the smart ones on the committee, you know? You know, they are there. There are always the ones that are fully engaged, fighting for the rights of the student for the most part. And, you know, this college needs to embrace those women because they're going to be what the next generation is going to be coming out of this institution, and they're just the backbone. So thank you for everything tonight.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for sharing all of that. And our condolences as well. Item 4.7, Bargaining President Report, Crystal Mejia. And it looks like she is not here. We will move on to 5.1, Superintendent President Report, Dr. Munoz.
Here we go. Good evening, trustees, members of the community. Happy Women's History Month. I'm pleased to share my report with all of you for the month of March. Yes, I want to start by really acknowledging that this has been a very difficult year at Long Beach City College, that we've experienced a lot of loss this year. And so I want to acknowledge Taylor Cleason. I know that Senate President Sather did an amazing job of really kind of sharing with us who Taylor was, but I want to just say a few more things. Taylor Cleason was an instructional lab support technician in the LAC Computing Center. She always wanted to find ways to improve the student experience, and her colleagues said she was a natural leader. She was an LBCC alumna who also gave her time to the college through past service to the classified AFT unit, student success committees, and was the current president of the Foundation's Library and Learning Associate Group. Taylor will be greatly missed. It was so wonderful to see so many of you attended one or more of our events to celebrate Black History Month throughout the month of February. This is a brief video to highlight the month.
Resistance has been the foundation of the Black American survival and success. So today, we celebrate overcoming a painful history and rejoice in the accomplishments, achievements, bravery, courage, strength, and tenacity of our ancestors, from whom we stand on their shoulders. You know, we're here to celebrate Black culture and history of the college community. Throughout the decade, Black African American culture has profoundly shaped American culture in music, art, literature, food, and sports. I'm proud that LBCC students understand this and put so much importance on this month's celebration. LBCC is a leader in the country, creating an anti-racist, safe space for our students. We need to be proud of that.
It's a great time to be a student, faculty, and staff at Long Beach City College. Would you agree with that? Because we are all here for you, our students. You have a campus full of professors, administrators, and staff who are here to help you succeed. No matter your background, no matter your race, your religion, no matter how you identify. Black Heritage Month is full of amazing opportunities within this next month and beyond. I encourage you to come out with us and celebrate throughout the month and find your place here at Long Beach City College because you are welcome here. Thank you.
We can clap. That was an amazing video. So thank you to Jerome and the team. And it's a wonderful month celebrating Black history and Black heritage at Long Beach City College. I was also able to give the welcome at the Supporting African American Workers and Economic Justice panel and discussion and networking event that was held here at the Pacific Coast campus. Associate Vice President Dr. Kirkwood was also there on site and helped facilitate the conversation. And I was able to welcome folks along with our board Vice President Malo Ulu. I want to thank everyone who contributed and participated throughout the month and beyond. So let's transition to talking a little bit about Women's History Month. From Women's History Month to International Women's Day to the LBCC Inspiring Women Award, we have been focusing on the Sheroes during March. From women in science, activism of Indigenous women, discussion panels, movie screenings, and more. LBCC still has more events to host before the month is over, so please try and stop by. There is also time to still nominate a student, faculty member, or any LBCC colleague for the Inspiring Women Award. Let's have our interim vice presidents Infacino and Kirkwood tell you a bit more about that.
Hello, my name is Dr. Alicia Kirkwood.
And I'm Melissa Infacino. We're here today because throughout March, the many contributions of women are highlighted as Women's History Month. And for the second year in a row, Long Beach City College wants to bring it home locally. LBCC is looking to acknowledge inspiring women, of which we both know this college has so many.
I have been inspired by bold women throughout time, but I am also in awe every day of the dedication and bravery of our students and our colleagues that is displayed here at our college. Oftentimes we notice that women don't necessarily see themselves as leaders.
We all need to support each other and recognize that as women, we can lead from anywhere. We can be inspiring by leading into anything we do and setting examples for each other because leadership is not positional.
There are nearly 1,000 women employed at Long Beach City College and more than 13,000 female students. All of us are still breaking down barriers. Many of us are still going to be the first to accomplish certain things. Let's celebrate each other for being the amazing beings that we are.
You can nominate a student or an employee for the LBCC Inspiring Women Award. It's a quick form to submit before March 19th. Thank you in advance in joining us to celebrate the amazing women at LBCC.
You can find the submission form and the list of upcoming Women's History Month events from the LBCC homepage. Thank you, and happy Women's History Month.
Thank you again, Dr. Kirkwood and Vice President Infacino. There are 4 more days to submit your nominations, so let's get them in. Speaking of inspiring women, English Department faculty member Angélie Francois, has been selected to receive the Academic Senate for California Community Colleges Hayward Award for Excellence in Education. This award recognizes outstanding community college faculty who have a track record of both excellence in teaching and in professional activities, and have demonstrated commitment to their students. The award presentation will be held at the Board of Governors for California Community Colleges meeting on March 20th. She was actually nominated by her former colleagues at College of the Canyons for her equity work as an adjunct professor. She has been teaching adjunct for LBCC for the past 10 years, and we were so fortunate to have her with us full-time now. She said she loves that Long Beach City College decided to invest in her and looks forward to continuing her work in the name of equity. Congratulations, Angélie. Another amazing woman that needs to be congratulated is our esteemed faculty member, Megan Kaplinski. She is the newly elected president of the Association of California Community College Teacher Education Programs. This organization works to develop and maintain relevant and comprehensive lower division teacher preparation, academic, and student support programs. Congratulations, Megan. As we continue with our Amazing Women of Long Beach City College report, last week we received the wonderful news from the Jack Kent Cook Foundation that 2 Long Beach City College students are among the semifinalists for the prestigious scholarship. Congratulations to Inalawai Adelua and Liliana Martinez. The Cook Transfer Scholarship is designed to create a clear pathway to a four-year degree by offering up to $55,000 per year, along with academic advising and access to a network of peers. I have met both of these exceptional young women, and their future is bright. Let's congratulate them. It was very exciting to host the annual State of the College earlier this week. Hundreds of LBCC supporters from colleagues, the community, and local business and partners joined us in the Bob and Barbara Ellis Auditorium to hear about, I just love saying that, the Bob and Barbara Ellis Auditorium, to hear about accomplishments, to hear about the amazing accomplishments of this past year. Here's a quick video to highlight what took place on Monday. For those who missed Monday's event, the full video, along with all the performances and speakers, will be available next week on our YouTube channel. I want to thank everyone from Public Affairs and Marketing, the auditorium staff, event and filming services, ITS, facilities, parking services, Reprographics, and the foundation for working so hard to produce another top-notch event. Can we give them a big round of applause? So I know we got to get a little taste of our national championship winning cheerleaders, but let me provide you with more of an update. The State of the College kicked off with a performance from our LBCC cheer team, who also had a very exciting month. They took the floor at the state competition, beating Riverside City College. You hear that, Chip? We beat Riverside City College in the large co-ed two-year school. And I'm proud to announce that they are again national champs this year. I want to congratulate coaches Ronaldo Vicencio, Louis Gonzalez, advisor Diana Galias, and the 31 talented members of the team. Go Vikings. So we've been, yes, there's a story behind that photo. We have been meeting with Space Beach companies in an effort to better understand their hiring needs and to bring faculty on tours and to ensure they see us as a resource. I had the privilege of visiting Virgin Orbit along with Vice President Fucino and our department chair, Damon Skinner, to learn a little bit about Virgin Orbit and how rocket launchers are built right here in Long Beach. I want to thank Senator Lina Gonzalez and her team for including us on this tour. I think Virgin Orbit was very impressed with us, and they are excited for building MM to open here at PCC, where our advanced manufacturing program will be in full swing to help build a space workforce pipeline. So stay tuned and more to come. Many elected officials and community leaders from local areas attended Congressman Garcia's district celebration at Cal State Long Beach. There were inspirational words from Rep. Katie Porter, Senator Lina Gonzalez, and from Congressman Garcia himself. Congratulations, Congressman Garcia. Last October, local catering gurus Primal Alchemy hosted their 12th annual farm dinner at Organic Harvest Gardens, which was attended by 170 foodies. We are very grateful that Primal Alchemy selected our students to be recipients of the proceeds, resulting in a $10,000 donation to the culinary program. Thank you to Chef Paul and Dana Buchanan for their support and interest in what we hope will be your future workforce. And I also want to acknowledge, if you didn't notice, they provided the dessert at the State of the College as well. And that's rosemary sage cookie. I don't know if anyone else tried that. Was that not like heaven? Heaven, right?
Awesome.
So thank you again to Chef Paul and Dana. Looking to April, we are excited to finally cut the ribbon on the M building here, or not here, over at the Liberal Arts Campus on Thursday, April 20th. We hope to see everyone at 9 a.m. and to take a look at the latest triumph of our campus modernization program. And with that, this concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Medina. We're going to move on to item 5.2, new board policies and administrative procedures. Chapter 3, General Institution Board Policies 3225 is a first reading, and Administrative Procedure 3225 is informational. In accordance with established practice, the following board policies and administrative procedures have been distributed, discussed, and approved by the President's Leadership Council. The changes are being recommended as a result of our ongoing review to ensure compliance with legal code and align with current practice. Again, BP 3225 institutional effectiveness this is the first reading, and AP 3225 institutional effectiveness informational. Moving on to presentations. Item 6.1, we have a sabbatical report from Sushan Chen.
And I'll be introducing her if you don't mind.
Oh, I am so sorry. Yes,
No
I probably should
problem.
have flipped
No
my
problem.
page where it says you're going to introduce her. Oh, my goodness. Dr. Douglas, please.
Thank you so much, Board President Chico, members of the board, Superintendent President Munoz. I have the pleasure this evening of introducing Professor Susan Chen. Professor Chen is from the History, Political Science, and Ethnic Studies Department here at Long Beach City College. She joined the Long Beach City College faculty in the fall of 2014. She's taught classes in U.S. history, world history, Asian history, and ethnic studies. She's currently working to develop an Introduction to Asian American Studies course for Long Beach City College's Ethnic Studies program, and we're so looking forward to that. Prior to joining Long Beach City College, Professor Chen taught at UC San Diego, where she also received her MA and her PhD in ethnic studies. Tonight, she'll be presenting her sabbatical report entitled Racialization in America. Professor Chen, the floor is yours.
I should leave my way up right there.
We'll have to get you music next time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share a little bit about my sabbatical project. And basically what I did for my 2 semesters off was I wrote a low-cost textbook for ethnic studies. So I'll go ahead and start my presentation. So basically the title of my textbook is Racialization in America, an examination of ethnic studies and racial formation in the United States. I wrote this textbook with the intention of using it for my Ethnic Studies 1 Introduction to Ethnic Studies course, and I actually have the pleasure of teaching this course for the first time. This semester, I'm teaching about 80 students, and I've already had the chance to incorporate this textbook into my classes, so thank you so much. A little bit before I go on, I just want to explain by racialization. I really gravitated to that concept for teaching my course because that's the main concept I use in teaching my courses in the past, but I also found that it resonates with students, and also in my experience, I find that racialization is one of 2 key concepts that I'd like to emphasize in my course. So racialization, just to kind of define it, refers to the process in which historical events, social events, laws, policies, institutional practices, social behaviors all combine to create racial categories, hierarchies, stereotypes, and representations. And I just find that really important to understanding the landscape of our society and politics today. So that was why I titled my textbook Racialization. In terms of writing this textbook, I had previously taught a very similar class to Ethnic Studies 1. It was Introduction to Ethnic Histories and American Identities. And one of the challenges I always faced a little bit was finding a good quality textbook that was under $100. Most of them, are approach close to $130, using the approach that I prefer. So this was always a dream project of mine for several years, to be able to someday write my own textbook and be able to provide it to students free of cost. So I've been able to do that this semester. And the other also benefit of writing my own textbook is I get to have a lot of overlap between what I teach in class, our discussions, our lectures, and what students take home and read. Because sometimes when I have to pick another textbook, there might be like areas where maybe differences in approach or topics that don't completely overlap that I have to tell students, just read that on your own, I'll test you, I'm doing my best. But with having the opportunity to write my own textbook, it's really helpful to be able to say, okay, this is what I'm teaching in class, and it's going to be very consistent with what you're also reading in the textbook. I did find, a little bit of credit to the to the textbook writers that sometimes I still have to go into a little more detail in certain topics in the textbook, but at least the goal is to maximize the amount of overlap and consistency between course and reading. And also in terms of like writing about in writing my textbook, the other benefit I wanted was to write a textbook in language that was accessible to college students. So try to simplify the language a little bit. It's still academic, but to try to make it in more readable language so students can be able to absorb the materials better. And the way I structured my textbook was, it started out with an introduction where basically I introduced the concept of racialization. That's one of the core concepts of my textbook. And then the second core concept of my textbook is agency, which is this concept that yes, racial groups are all, subject to processes of racialization, but they're not passive voiceless victims that just allow themselves to be molded by everything around them. That all racial groups have agency, whether it's through resistance movements like the civil rights movement, whether it's through maybe more everyday processes of political activism, or even through like daily choices you make that may not necessarily be evident as acts of agency, that no matter how subtle, how private, or how public, open, and activist a response is, that every group has a degree of agency and a set of responses, decision-making processes against the outside forces. And I'll just go ahead and kind of like briefly talk about, each of my chapters. I had an introduction, and then I grouped my chapters by racial groups. That was my preferred method of organizing and teaching my course. So right now we're covering African American history and racialization, basically talking about, going all the way back to the era of colonialism and slavery, talking about processes of scientific racism, how African Americans get racialized through these historical processes very early on, taking students through, Civil War, Reconstruction, Civil Rights Movement. And I think in the process, I want to try and show how current situations, political debates, and events involving African Americans, a lot of them can be traced back to historical legacies, historical events. So giving students kind of that broader perspective that racialization doesn't happen in a vacuum, that, it's always linked to various types of, whether social, economic, political forces from the past. And then the next chapter, which we'll be going on to in a week or two, is Latino chapter, where I examine key questions of Latino citizenship, immigration, and agency, because in the early years when Latinos were admitted into this country in the aftermath of the Mexican-American War, questions of how to classify them, what citizenship status should they have, what race do they belong to, that already dominated leadership in America. And I kind of trace, how these debates have stayed the same, how they changed, but always with an eye towards like old previous historical processes. So for the Latino chapter, I really focus on questions of citizenship, how they're categorized in terms of their race, and when we get actually in the last 100 years, also how immigration plays a role in their racialization. And then I round out my last two chapters with a discussion of Asian American racialization, kind of breaking it down into the first phase of Asian American racialization was the Yellow Peril, which is from the early days of immigration until World War II. And then World War II and the Cold War marked this turning point where Asian Americans are transformed from being the Yellow Peril to the model minority. So I talk about that process, why and how that happens. And then finally, I close it out with a chapter talking about Native Americans, how they've been racialized and how they've been treated by the US government through various phases, extending all the way back to the 1600s. So that's a basic summary of my textbook, the 4 main units I have. And this isn't, I always see this as a beginning because the fact that I get to write my own textbook allows me to make edits, revisions along the way, incorporate student feedback, and also be able to kind of be more flexible with my reading and adapt it in order to serve students' needs. So I just want to thank you all for the opportunity to have the chance to write this textbook. Thank you to the Board of Trustees, to the leadership, and to members of the sabbatical committee. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Professor Chen, thank you so much for doing that, being so thoughtful and keeping our students in mind. We really appreciate that. Thank you for all your hard work.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
President Chico.
Yes. Trustee Zia?
First of all, a fantastic sabbatical project. Just a couple of questions, and if I may, some comments. One is, what is the name of your book? Have you named it yet, in case we want to check it out?
Yes, so there's a copy that's been given to the I believe it's the Academic Vice President's Office. So when we completed the book, we were required to give a copy to the Academic VP's office. so there's a copy, there's an electronic copy. I can also make it available. So the title of the textbook, I named it Racialization in America. Yes.
And can you define racialization? I know it may be institutional vernacular that I'm not familiar with.
Yes.
If you could just unpack that a little bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so racialization is kind of the way I like to describe it, is how different ethnic groups have been shaped into a certain status in America, a certain category, a certain stereotype in America. But it goes beyond stereotype, I can explain. So, for instance, the model minority is a very powerful, it's a stereotype, but when you apply the framework of racialization to model minority, it's, for instance, how did the popular portrayal of Asian Americans as a model minority emerge from historical laws, events of the Cold War, immigration laws that specifically sought to have Asian Americans of a certain economic, from a certain technological, science, math background to come to the U.S., and how media representations, as well as also Asian cultural influences, all kind of combine to make parts of that stereotype a reality. So another way to say it is racialization is a contrast to common assumptions that, Asians are just smart. Asians are born with a certain IQ or DNA, and racialization shows that that's actually not true, that this construction of Asians as a model minority is historically, social, political, and also economically created. So it's basically race as a social construction, but that's the process, how we make that more concrete to students.
And if I can offer a recommendation,
Okay.
I just recently watched this series based on Bruce Lee, The Ultimate Warrior's writings. It's called Warrior, and it really covers what the Asian Americans faced as immigrants in San Francisco and building the rail system. It was incredible and very evocative. And some of the really great cast with Andrew Koji and Hoon Lee. But it covers a great array of nuanced topics, and when it comes to the topic you're covering, but it may be something to bear in mind if you have an opportunity to look at.
Thank you.
Thank
absolutely,
you. Thank you for the work you're doing.
Oh, thank you. Because Bruce Lee also has a long history in Seattle, where I did my research in grad school. So I'm definitely interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two more, Vice President Malauulu and then Trustee Ntuk.
Congratulations, Dr. Chen. I love sabbatical reports, and yours did not disappoint. I love the title, the racialization of in America. I know that any term TION, in or of America, has become very popular in recent years. There's one particular one that comes to mind, the Walmartization of America,
Interesting.
which
Yes,
really
absolutely.
revolutionized a lot in the labor movement and the way we see workers. But I love what you did, and I have a question that you don't have to answer.
Sure.
And by the way, congratulations. I'm assuming that's our sabbatical committee back there. I don't know if anyone was helping, but thank you. Congratulations. When I was teaching, I used to use a website, freetextbooks.com. And my students loved it. And it was an opportunity for them to not have to spend the $150 that textbooks were going for 10 years ago.
Right.
I'm curious if your textbook will also be one of those because you wrote it and you wrote it for that reason, to offset the cost, or if it's something that will perhaps fund a nonprofit or proceeds from the sale of your book will go towards something. And again, you don't have to answer. I just wanted to put it out there if you had any plans for that you would like to share.
I hadn't thought of that currently, but I'll definitely look into the resource. May I ask what the name of the free textbook?
It's called freetextbooks.com.
Okay.
And
I'll look into it.
you know, it's a popular website.
Right.
Professors can go on there and look by subject matter to see which books are free. And you can peruse through it. So for example, there was an accepted, like I taught mass comm, so we would look at a mass comm book and we'd find one that paralleled it or mirrored it.
Right.
Or maybe the book that we usually use was 10 chapters. We'd get 3 chapters from this free textbook and then maybe 3 from this free textbook. That way students wouldn't have to spend the money.
Absolutely.
And then I also know professors who also on sabbatical have written textbooks, and the sale of the book went to fund a particular whatever organization, nonprofit, or future work.
Right.
But it was really good subject matter. Thank you, Dr. Douglas. Thank you. Very good.
Thank you so much for the suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Ntuk?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to, again, thank you for the presentation tonight and making the decision in your sabbatical to work on this content. It's really important. I took ethnic studies courses as an undergrad. It's a new GE requirement for CSU, and we were able to offer that as an undergrad transferable course. So it's great to see the development happening. And student trustee Hernandez and I have been focused on OER books like you're making, open resource education. Have you been able to utilize resources on campus to help make the book available broadly? And I'm going to try to find the link to download it because I want to take a read through. But has there been support or interaction with the campus OER office?
Not as of yet, but I could definitely make contact with OER and start the process of making this available.
And then you said you're working on a new course. Is that going to be, does it go through the academic senate and the shared governance process where it'll be next academic year, or do you have a timeline in that?
Yeah, I anticipate it. I'm thinking about it next academic year and going through, I think the curriculum committee, so I'm in the process of writing the course.
I just thank you. I think it's such an empowering action to write your own textbook.
Oh, thank
Look forward to
you.
reading it. And then when you make version
Thank
2.0,
you.
the revised
Yes, yes.
version in
They'll
a couple
probably
of years.
revise, yeah, or it's an ongoing process.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll give her a round of applause. So we are going to move on to 6.2, LBCC Foundation Annual Report to the Board. It's an information presentation, and we will have the Executive Director, Paul Kaminsky. Ski. Yeah, I got the echo on for you.
Is that it? Welcome. Thank you. President Chico, Superintendent Dr. Munoz, Trustee Zia, Trustee Hernandez, Trustee Vice President Mala'ulu, Trustee Intuk, all the VPs. Michelle does a great job, and give her some credit over there. And just a debt of gratitude to LBCC for giving me this opportunity to lead the foundation these past few years. I want to acknowledge a lot of my board here tonight. They're taking time out of their day, and I know a lot of you see them out in the community in many things, so I really want to acknowledge them. And Barbara Ellis, of course, the Bob and Barbara Ellis Auditorium. So this is really just kind of a snapshot. We started a campaign January 1st, 2020. And so this really is kind of a snapshot of when we started to where we are now. So that's really what we're going to do, kind of go through that. So this is a presentation. One of the things that we did is we looked at our mission and values. We talked about some things that we realized that our current vision statement really wasn't a really great vision statement. So we redid it. And our new vision statement, with the help of Marcel, with the staff, at Long Beach City College Foundation strives to guarantee equitable access to financial resources through transformational philanthropy. So I got to give kudos to the staff. They're all women, except me. So they did an amazing job at this, getting this organized and pulling us through this. So that's our new mission statement, which I think really aligns with a lot of the work that the school is doing with their strategic plan. So we're excited about that. We also adopted 6 values. We said, what do we do? We're dynamic. We need to change all the time, which is great. We want to be joyful, happy. We serve our students, which is the greatest thing. I mean, I love our students. They're amazing. Every time a student speaks or they get up and talk, you kind of have a sense of pride, and that's kind of an amazing thing. Hospitable, we want to be welcoming to everybody. Collaborative, which is huge, right? With the community, with our boards, with our trustees, with the school administration. Adaptable, be able to change, don't get stuck in one way of doing things. And trustworthy, that we get back to you, that we act on requests, which I think we do very well. And all this work, really, we're just building on what was given to us from the past. Dr. Baxter laid a good foundation, and we're building on all of that right now. So this is from the beginning of the campaign till right now. Our total assets have gone from 17 million to almost 29 million. Total endowments, 11 million to almost 21 million, over 21 million. So that's kind of, we can just stop right there and I'll go sit down, and that's really about that. Again, this is teamwork, and everybody that's played sports or been involved in anything that you do in the community, no one, and Dr. Munoz kind of reiterated that yesterday, was it Monday? God, it's a couple days past. That was a lot of fun, by the way. That you don't go it alone. Okay? Trustees, everybody is a part of that kind of success. Okay? So that's exciting. Another great thing that Long Beach City College actually kind of pioneered the College Promise, correct? And so that's up to our endowment for that alone is up to $4.5 million, which is great, which is going to allow for funding long into the future. So especially those endowments are in perpetuity, which is great. Athletics, we took on a whole new thing. I want to thank the trustees and Dr. Munoz for having trust that we could actually do athletic fundraising on the community college level. I think we're the only community college that is really going down this road. So our Viking Athletic Club, 150% increase in that. We've got 6 major donors at $10K each in that, which is great. We launched a $2 million Monty Nitzkowski endowment. We're over about 130,000 on that right now. One of our new board members, Derek Santifer, inductee to the Hall of Champions. He ran an individual campaign. He challenged his work, challenged his friends, and this was about a 2-week campaign. He raised $27,000 in that 2 weeks. It kind of blew me away. Gave me a whole different perspective on what an individual can do. And so Derek Santafer, if you see him, thank him. He was really fired up about this. He kept calling, raise the goal, raise the goal. It started at 5,000, and he kept saying, raise the goal, raise the goal. 27,000, amazing. So the athletic golf tournament, we had a all-time high last year in revenue, and we increased with 20 corporate sponsorships. So that was amazing. And all this really is a lot of the work that Gina Mascaro is doing. And these are all the new grants that have come into aquatics. We received an award from the Aquatic Capital. We're running an amazing summer program that's coming up. Munzer's going to come and partner with us this year. Pools of Hope, Miller Foundation. These are all new things that are happening. And it's exciting because we're reaching out to communities that may not have pools in their communities, and we're bringing students in to learn how to swim for the summer. So this is really great collaborative work, and I want to thank everybody for the confidence for allowing this to happen for athletics. This is just the start, trust me. There's a lot of excitement in this, and this is really good. And our athletes have to take a full scale of courses, and they have to maintain their excellence trying to get to the next level. So that's exciting. Also, Special Olympics are at LBCC now. They lost their home at Milliken. They're at Long Beach City College, and that's Ivan there with Dr. Munoz. And he got in the pool there, I think, a couple weeks ago. He was very excited. So we got some new partnerships with LBUSD and the YMCA as well. So lots of great things happening. A very exciting time to be at LBCC. President's Circle. We finally have a president. that is not interim, and so it was a couple of years of transition, but we have something to build on, and since the start of the and we got some new members because of the great state of the college, but we've raised over $130,000 for that. We've had some great socials. I think Linda, you were at the last one, which was great, and so I want to thank everybody for being a part of this. A lot of good things happening on. We launched a $1 million campaign for alumni for a heritage campaign to put some type of monument maybe somewhere on campus where alums could get their names on and things like that. So we're moving down that. We are launching an alumni newsletter in April of 2023. And Hall of Fame nominations are open right now, so make sure you do those, okay? So that's just a reminder in that. We also forged a partnership with the Grand Prix Foundation. They're going to be doing all their fundraising for our CTE program. So this is really exciting. Yeah, this is really exciting. And we're going to be doing a kickoff event May 11th at the Automobilia Museum. If you've never been there in Rancho Dominguez, it's outrageous. If you like cars, even if you don't like cars, you're going to go, oh my God. So that's where that's going to be. And then we'll be at the Grand Prix, and we're running a bigger event in September, all to put money around the CTE program, which I think is really vastly important. So that's exciting. I'm very excited about that. Social media, we've got an amazing thing going on that. We've had a 75% increase in Instagram, 15% Facebook, 320% in LinkedIn. We do newsletters to about 80,000 people monthly. We have a planned giving newsletter now as well. We've done digital fundraising, kind of replaced snail mail, and that was about 28,000 on that. Operations. This is kind of some of the things that we do on a daily basis. Since the beginning of the campaign, we've processed over 13,000 transactions. Usually when a check comes in, 3 or 4 people have to touch it. Audit requirements. Our audits are perfect, by the way, so there's no dings on us. So that's confidence and trust. There we go. Yep. Got to thank the executive team for that. And another thing that we do is we do pass-through scholarships because we don't have student accounts here. We do a service for our students. Say if a Rotary or a local bank offers a scholarship, it comes through us first, and then we issue it to the student because there's not student accounts. So we do that service free of charge. There's no money that we make no money on those transactions at all. So that's just gratis for our students. We do it because we're a service organization. 1st. During this time, too, we've awarded over 2,600 scholarships. We've also added 52 scholarships since January 1st, and 26 of those are above the 25,000 endowed level, which is pretty good, and we got a lot more in the hopper. The database, we've converted the database to a new, we went from Blackbaud to Bloomerang, and that's going to save the foundation $34,000 a year. So we've done that. Cindy took that on. I got to give her kudos. She did the whole thing, her and Letty. If you see them around, say thank you, because that's a big savings when you're talking on a yearly basis. So just to get to the return on investment, because I know you guys want to know about that a little bit. During that time of the campaign, remember this is a 3-year kind of snapshot. You guys have supported us with about $871 in operational expenses, and during that time, we brought in net revenue of $14,500,000, and we still have $11 million in unrealized estate gifts that are outstanding. So that's some of the work, and I got to give kudos to everybody in the room, everybody behind me. You've got great people. Jerome's everywhere, puts together great photos. I got to give him a lot of kudos. Dario with this, does a lot of stuff. So everybody, this is a massive team effort. Nobody does this alone. So just a couple campaign updates. We kicked off the campaign with a $20 million goal. I wanted to go 40 off the get-go. The feasibility company said, you're a little bit crazy. Let's start at 20. So last year in April, we had to raise it to 30 because we blew by the 20. And currently we are at 28.9 million. Yeah, it's pretty good. Which is realized and unrealized gift. The unrealized gifts are the estate gifts that are out there that we have paperwork for, that we have been able to create files for, and we have language from the trust or the will and things like that. And that's representative of over 6,500 donations in this 3-year period. So it's been fun. So that's fundraising, right? Okay, a little pun there. Anyway, thank you, Lee. Yeah. Any questions or anything?
Do any of our trustees have questions or comments? Trustee Zia?
First of all, thank you for yet another amazing presentation, and I love these numbers. Kol hakavod, as we say in Hebrew, it's like way to go. This is what I'm talking about. I want to thank you. I want to crystallize one example of just what the foundation has done to help our students, but it typified in the state of the college with one of the students who were spotlighted. I recommended a student, Nick Alvarado, and Superintendent President Dr. Munoz jumped on it. He helped with the President's Circle, and then you asked the student to come and present to these fine young individuals over here who support us in our executive committee. And because of the generous contribution and support of the foundation, this young gentleman was able to fly to Paris and present at a space conference and be able to get into a space program and in the space industry. And I just want to thank you. He was also highlighted by Dr. Munoz, and it was so inspiring, I have to tell you, watching that video. And it was so touching, the collaboration of the foundation, our team, in helping the students that we have. I also want to thank you in illuminating and crystallizing athletes. And I want to thank President Chico for really highlighting that we have this amazing cohort of athletes. We should really highlight them. And I love how you're doing that with the scholarships that you're providing because they represent us so well in the community. They play pro ball. Now, I'm not gonna claim I know anything about sports, so I'm gonna stop there, but I just think it's so important and pivotal. And I really love how you just busted out those budgets, and now we're like reaching $30 million. Lastly, I wanna thank you and the foundation for helping for years. The first donor, one of the first donors that we have is the great Barbara Ellis for helping our unhoused students. And it gave me so much pride to have our State of the College for the first time in the Barbara Ellis Auditorium, Bob and Barbara Ellis Auditorium. Barbara, I thank you, I honor you, and I salute you for always being there for our students, all of you. But she was the first one who put her name in there, like, let's support these unhoused students, and we were able to do it through the associate group that we were able to set up through the foundation. So thank you for continuing that support. I look forward to working with you and expanding that support services for our students. And great presentation, Paul, as usual.
Thank you, Trustee Zia. Student Trustee Hernandez?
Hi, thank you, President Chico. Paul, thank you, and thank all your team for the support that you guys do for the students. So personally, I want to thank y'all because I was going through housing security last year. I know that I spoke about that. I want to touch a little bit more about that. I was being evicted at the time. I reached out to Justin. I was like, hey, Justin, I'm going through such insecurity, right? I got to get out by this time, because if not, then they're going to be forcibly remove me, reach out to the foundation. And you guys were able to write me a check to finish off my escrow that was in progress, and I was able to purchase my house with that check. So personally, I want to say thank you so much for all the hard work that you and your team is doing. So thank you for that.
I want the name of his tailor does.
I know, right? He's a stylist.
Everywhere we go, they thought he was the superintendent president when we were in DC. Styling, and we said, no, that's our student trustee.
That's right. Okay, Vice President Malauulu.
Thank you. Outstanding. Every time the foundation presents to the board, it's like a breath of fresh air with all the innovation and all the creativity. And you've built an amazing team. You've got people on your squad that really digs in their heels and goes out into the community, and they're everywhere. And even if you can't all be there, there's always one person from the foundation there, and it's always somebody there working. You know, they're networking, rubbing elbows, and I appreciate that. And the board, you guys are fantastic because, I know a little bit about boards, and it takes a lot of work to be able to design that vision and design the mission and vision statement and get other fellow board members involved, your board of governors. It's just, you built a great team. Congratulations, I'm really proud of the work that you're doing. And thank you for our students.
Thank you, Vice President Malauulu. Are there any more comments?
President Chico, can I say something quickly?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
Dr.
congratulations, Paul. I wish I were there in person to see you and congratulate you. But you're doing such great work, and I'm so proud of the foundation and what they do every day for our students. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. It's like you're the voice of God. It's great. I knew she was a woman. And then I'll close the comments and keep them brief. But Paul, extraordinary job. I am out in the community everywhere all the time, and I see you, and I see members of your board. I see your team out there creating those relationships and building that trust with our community, which is why you've been so successful. So on behalf of our students and all that you do for our community, thank you so much. This is extraordinary work. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. We will move on to item 7.1, update Assembly Bill 2449, Remote Participation Brown Act meetings. It's an information report, and I will invite Board Counsel Ewing up here for some words.
Thank you, President Chico, Vice President Malauulu, distinguished members of the board, Vice Presidents, and all who are assembled here today, those virtually and in person. I'm Vince Ewing, Board Counsel. So the Brown Act has changed a little. At the end of February, the governor declared that the state of emergency was over. We have endured a pandemic Several meetings were happening remotely as a result of changes to the Brown Act. That has now changed. There's some specific instances where a board member can meet, or an elected official can meet, or appointed official can meet remotely. The changes, this is my conclusion when talking about this with my colleagues and other bodies that I serve. You have the existing ability to meet remotely, such as Trustee Baxter is doing right now, pursuant to the Brown Act, where you post where you are at a remote location, and you let the members of the public know specifically that they have the opportunity to actually access your room and participate in this meeting. Well, now, one of the changes that's most significant is the body has to meet at one place in the same jurisdiction, such as this campus or the LAC campus. And the difference is that with respect to the existing changes in the Brown Act, where you could teleconference, the body could meet within the jurisdiction in different places. So 2 of you could be here at the LAC, and 2 of you could be PCC, and 2 of you could be at LAC, and another person could be meeting remotely. Now you have to be at the same location within the jurisdiction in order for that member of your body to meet remotely. Now, one of the differences between the old Brown Act, or the way the Brown Act allowed you to meet remotely before, was you don't have to allow the public access to your room. For example, say you're at a hotel in Washington, D.C. or Sacramento. You don't have to post notice, but you do have to let the notice know that you have to let the notice on the notice for your reason for being absent or being remote. You have to provide a reason for that. Now, those reasons can be an emergency, say you're caring for a loved one who's sick, you could have a disability. Those are some of the reasons that are allowed, or that are set forth that allow you to meet remotely. Now, when you do that, again, you can do that kind of at the last minute, whereas with the old rules of the Brown Act, you'd have to at least provide 72 hours notice, right? So I would say in terms of the significant changes, more bodies are probably going to default to the old way of teleconferencing, because the new way is a little bit more cumbersome. I wanted to bring to your attention some other legislation that is pending now before the state legislature, and that is as a Senate bill. It's been authored by Senator Portantino, and that Senate Bill 411 that's related to this would allow boards and commissions that are created by legislative bodies, those boards and commissions that are created by people who've been elected, to meet remotely without any of the requirements that I just described to you. And the purpose for that was, the purpose that's argued in the legislation is that that during the pandemic it was learned that there was more participation in the process. It fostered democracy, and it actually allowed greater people to participate in the Brown Act process. Now, going back to, so you want to have a meeting and you want to do the business of a public entity. So what does the Brown Act require? It requires you to post notice on a 72-hour notice basis, unless you do so in a 24-hour notice basis for a special meeting. So you're letting the public know that they're available, that the meeting is open to them and they're available to participate in that meeting. One of the changes with the new law is that the person who is invoking or relying upon the teleconferencing or remote participation provisions in the Brown Act that body must allow the member of the public to participate in real time at that meeting. And if the body is going to take action and somehow the technology breaks down, the body has to suspend that action that they're taking while the technology gets brought back up to speed, so the members of the public can participate. Again, I will stress that the new changes are probably going to be a little bit more cumbersome than people anticipate. I also anticipate that with pending Senate bills and Assembly bills that I just mentioned, you're going to see some changes. This is a fluid process. The change, the end of the declaration just happened a couple weeks ago. I think you're going to see some revisions to the Brown Act going forward. So with that, that concludes my update on this legislation. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Board Counsel. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Trustee Zia. Oh, I saw trustee Zia. I didn't see trustee Intook, so I'm going to go with trustee Zia first and then trustee Intook.
Thank you, President Chico. Just, so this is not enacted yet, correct? This is just pending. Is that an accurate inference and characterization?
What are you referring to specifically?
You're on the AB 2449?
That is the law now.
Oh, it's the law.
That's in effect.
Okay.
The one
So
that's,
it's not-
the one that's pending is the one that has been authored by Portantino, and that is, I'll give you the number in a second. That's SB 411.
So that may supplant this law, right, or modify it, is that?
Well, now 411 is going to apply to commissions and boards. Say, for example, you all create commissions or boards pursuant, you elected officials create a commission to do something else. Those are not elected bodies, they're created by this legislative body. Those commissions and committees and so forth will be allowed to continue to meet remotely and not have to comply with many of the changes that are now the law.
Trustee Intook?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I remember a few years ago, I was on a business trip to India, and I called in and participated, and I had to go to the business center and give the address and have the notice posted on the wall. Even though, I mean, nobody came, but you know, I still did it.
Surprise!
Yeah.
Thank you, Gilbert.
You know, in Bangalore. So the changes now, we're talking about, you don't have to do the posting on the door anymore, you just have to say where you're at?
That's correct. So the legislative body, which is what you are, the quorum of you all have to be at one location and say somewhere that someone is in Bangalore or somewhere else. So the posting on the door is no longer required with the new changes. However, and also, whereas with the old teleconferencing rules, generally you would want to let Board Secretary Reese know 72 hours in advance, if not before that, hey, I'm going to be out of town, this is what needs to be done. That's no longer required. So there's no longer a posting on the door required. You want to provide a description in the agenda as to why you're not going to be there. An emergency came up, you have a disability, you're caring for a loved one. There are several other circumstances that will allow you not to participate in person. Now, the difference, however, is that you do, with these new changes, is that the body does have to allow the public to participate remotely or electronically in real time. So what this body probably saw during the height of the pandemic, when most meetings were remote, was people were providing written comments, and those written comments were being read. That's no longer being allowed. The comments have to be allowed in real time, either by teleconference or video conference.
A couple follow-up questions. Of the things that are allowable as rationale for your remote, did they have anything that were not allowable that you can't remote work for? Is it you're on vacation or, you know, any other?
Yeah, certainly. So the list is inexhaustive, but you want to provide a general description of a medical diagnosis or a disability, caring for a loved one, having a contagious disease. I'm out, you know, I'm surfing, you know, in Hawaii is probably not going to fly.
And then lastly, I know we were doing a 30-day renewal. I don't know, maybe it's not related to this bill, about the ability to go teleconference every 30 days.
Right.
Is that sunsetted, or was there a nexus with this bill?
There is a nexus, and that's no longer required. And then this bill, I'll let you know, it's anticipated to sunset in 2026. But I also anticipate a lot of activity in Sacramento to change this. You're welcome.
Vice President Malauulu?
Thank you for this update. I know that we've had conversations about this before, and I think as a board, we had some curiosities about how the changes would need to be applied. I too have had to attend remotely, and I know Trustee Baxter, she would not have been attending remotely today, but the calendar changed. So she, and you know, Trustee Baxter will probably explain her travel business a lot better than I could. but she'd already scheduled a trip, and then there was a change to the calendar, so she had to. But in my personal experience in having done this, I've seen situations in hotels where they're accustomed to this, especially business centers. Because of my kids and travel and sports and taking care of them, they can't go by themselves when they're little. There's a couple of meetings that I attended remotely, every June, actually. And I went to the hotel, and they knew exactly what I needed to do. They were like, oh, you're California people. California people always we have a posting, and they didn't know to articulate the Brown Act, but they knew it was something that we needed to do. So I felt like, okay, good, whatever needs to happen, this hotel has experience with it. But in places where they don't, India, you might have to do it on your own, or you might have to present an alternative or a solution to your governing body as well as to the hosting site. So it's really good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments? Thank you, Board
Thank you.
Council. Next, 7.2, ACC-JC follow-up report. It's a first reading informational. The ACC-JC follow-up report, executive summary, and draft follow-up report are attached for review. This agenda item is information only and will return for a second reading action at the April board meeting. We'll move on to item 7.3, California Community College Trustees Board election. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees approve the selection of 9 nominations from the candidates listed. Votes will be announced and submitted via e-ballot no later than April 25th to the CCT Elections Committee. The election of members of the CCT Board will take place between March 10th and April 25th, 2023, and will be accepted via e-ballot online platform. Each community college district governing board shall have 1 vote for each open seat on the CCT board. The board secretary will ask each board member for their votes, announce the 9 candidates receiving the highest numbers of votes, and is authorized to submit the governing board's choice via e-ballot. All votes are held in a secure database. Results will be announced at the annual trustees conference in May. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Great. Any discussion? Hear none, we're going to have the board secretary take candidate votes.
Thank you. So when I take your votes, if you could please read the corresponding number next to the name, it will help me instead of trying to look quickly through this list for names. And you'll be voting on the 9 seats, so I'll need 9 selections. I will begin with Herlinda Chico.
Okay, so we're going to go with 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. I think I have one more. Yeah. And then Andra Hoffman, 15.
Thank you. Vivian Malauulu.
Okay. So number 1, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 8, number 9, 12, and 15.
Thank you. Virginia Baxter.
Okay, number 1, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 7, number 8, number 11, number 12, and 15.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
I'm going to go with number 1, number 5, 10, 11, and 15.
Did you just want to vote for 5 and not the 9 seats?
That's correct.
And Sunny Zia?
Number 2, number 4, number 5, number 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 15. 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 15.
Perfect. Give me just a moment to figure out who the highest are. And I'm going to have to check with Agnes at CCCT, because we have so many that are a tie here, how that works. Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with a vote of 3. And there's no instructions that I know to the tie. So I'm going to have to check with her how that, if that goes alphabetical,
Sure.
how that will work.
Okay.
So I'll send an email as to what the successful ones were, and then I will submit the e-ballot.
Great, thank you. We will move on to the consent agenda. Item 8.1, any item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately if a member of the Board of Trustees so requests. Maximum time for discussion of items removed from consent should not exceed 25 minutes per item without approval of an extension by the majority of the board. Are there any requests to remove any items? See none. Item 8.2, approval of consent agenda. All agenda items listed under consent agenda may be acted upon by one motion to approve. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second. I heard, yes, Trustee Ntuk and then Trustee Zia. Any discussion?
President Chico?
Yes.
I'd just like to call out 8.6 on this and just really thank Dr. Munoz and Dr. Corral and the team. There are 2 items on here ratifying our relationship with Arizona State University, both our transfer pathway and educational doctorate program for our employees and staff. And it's, it started off with a commute and a testament to marketing. Then it was, oh, Arizona State, it has a downtown Los Angeles campus. Maybe we should connect with them. There's been a lot of reports about a number of high school students in California who are UC and Cal State eligible, but are still denied access to California Public Higher Education's institution, the 2 institutions. The Arizona State has stepped in that void, and it's great for us to be able to further connect and have that as a new transfer pathway. I know we're working on updating the Long Beach College Promise, Opportunity Beach agenda to add more partners, and this does that ratification tonight. So just wanted to make note of that and thank the staff for their work on making this happen.
Thank you, Trustee Ntuk, and thank you for bringing that forward and really championing that. It seems to be a really great path. So we're excited about that. Now we'll go to a vote. Board Secretary?
Student Trustee Hernandez?
Aye.
Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Herlinda Chico?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu? Uduak-Joe Ntuk? Sunny Zia?
Aye.
Great, we are moving on to Item 9.1, Human Resources, California Community Colleges Classified Employee of the Year. This is an action item. The recommended action is that the Board of Trustees endorse the nomination of Starla Thomas for the California Community Colleges Classified Employee of the Year Award as submitted.
So moved.
Great, trustee. Second was that it? Okay, trustee Ntuk. Any discussion? Okay, can we please have a vote?
Student trustee Hernandez,
Aye.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Herlinda Chico,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to Academic Senate, 10.1, we have no items. 11 point, Academic Affairs, 11.1, there are no items. Administrative and Business Services, 12.1, no items. 13, Student Services, 13.1, no items. And 14, Reports, and that would be 14.1, Board of Trustees. Who would like to go first? Okay, that's trustee Ntuk.
I have no report tonight.
Anyone else would like to go? Vice President Malauulu.
President
Oh,
Chico.
yeah, okay, trustee Baxter.
Okay, first of all, greetings from Ireland. I'm in downtown Dublin at the Gresham Hotel. Let me tell you, it's very, first of all, I want to tell you, it is 3 o'clock in the morning here, and how busy they are cleaning. They've been vacuuming. I keep turning on off the mute so you don't have to hear that. But anyway, as Vice President Malauulu said, the meeting date was changed. This trip was already planned, and I have a number of clients on the trip, and we just got here, so this is actually a good time. But anyway, and it's raining here just like in California. All right, happy Women's History Month. I think this is fabulous with the resolution and all the celebrations going on, and such a positive thing on campus. Last Friday, I attended the Rick Racker Woman of the Year Award, and the award went to Marlene Temple, who is one of our big supporters and wonderful, deserving person, and had over 250 people there at the luncheon. Then that was followed by going to the Roger Van Hook Memorial, where there were several hundred people. It was very rewarding to hear former students talk about Roger. Roger was one of the most popular students on campus. In his wife Diane's inimitable way, she said he taught 24,000 students, and I believe that over his career. Congratulations to Dr. Munoz and the whole team for the state of the college. It was a wonderful presentation, and I felt so good about being able to be there in attendance, and the positive feedback that came back from that was fantastic. I also wanted to recognize Taylor Cleason. Taylor, I got to know as a student, and then she joined the library board, and right off the bat, she was volunteering, making flyers, being very, very dedicated, and she had such potential, and I could see she would be an outstanding employee. She was only with us full-time for 3 years, and I would like to adjourn the meeting in her memory. A wonderful, wonderful young woman. And then lastly, I want to congratulate the two females who are the finalists in the Jack Kent Cook Scholarship. You have no idea, this is a national scholarship in which our students compete. And the fact that we had two finalists is even more impressive. We usually have one every year, and we're known, Jack Kent Cook Scholarship is out of Washington, D.C., and we're known for producing wonderful, wonderful candidates. And I hope, I don't know if both of them can win, but I know the fact that they got this far means they are, in the top 1% of all of our students, because it's based not only on academics, but also on college service and leadership and things like that. And that is the end of my report.
Aw, thank you, Trustee Baxter. Please enjoy St. Patrick's Day, but because you have my mom with me, do not enjoy it too much.
Yeah, we will have a great time. We're going to be in Blarney on St. Patrick's Day. So,
Wonderful.
It'll be, and Killarney, same day. So it'll be, I didn't plan it that way. I didn't look at the calendar, but yes. And your mom is doing great.
Okay, great. Not too much fun, though. I will.
But we just begun, we just got here.
Oh, Lord. Thank you, Dr. Baxter. We'll move on to Vice President Malauulu.
All right. Happy Women's History Month to everyone. On Thursday, the 23rd, I attended the LA Black Worker Conference at the Labor Center here at the Pacific Coast campus, and really would like to commend the panel that was there. And again, Dr. Frank Perez for all the work that he does organizing these various events. Very impressed with a robust lineup and calendar that he's been able to put together. And he's already working on next year. So there you go. Thank you very much. On Saturday, the 25th, I was also at Congressman Robert Garcia's installation. It was great to see so many people there, not only from Long Beach City College, but throughout the community there who have some connection to LBCC. On Wednesday, March 1st, I attended the Women's History Kickoff Luncheon event, which was one of the best, most memorable events I've ever attended at LBCC, primarily because of the two speakers that we had. They were both fantastic. They were on point, diverse, interesting. People hated who had to leave if they had class or they had to go back to work. People just didn't want to tear themselves away from this event. And I think if it'd been another 1 or 2 hours, it would have been fine, because people were very pleased with, if you have an opportunity to watch the video of that event, please watch it. And we've been able to connect one of those speakers with someone who's, a member of our LBCC community to further her work. So we're excited about that. On Thursday, the 2nd, several of us were at the Space Beach Luncheon. And again, I was very proud that Long Beach City College was so well represented there. And I'm excited for the partnerships that Dr. Munoz and our CTE programs are able to forge with all these organizations coming to Long Beach through the Space Beach channel that we're building. Just really outstanding work, and I'm excited to be a part of that. On Friday, March 10th, I was a speaker together with President Chico at the John Philpa Leadership Academy. I've attended that event several times, and each time it's really good. The students that are there, I will say, it was pouring rain outside, and these students were there all day, and we were there at the end of the day, and you couldn't tell. They had energy, they were engaged. Just thank you to John Philpa for continuing to provide that opportunity. And this past Monday, I'd like to congratulate Dr. Munoz, President Chico, and everyone who had a part in the state of the college. It was fantastic to be together. So many people, from facilities to IT to our organizing crew, our students, the community, just being together. I know a few people who were planning on attending and couldn't make it, and they all said that they heard they missed a really great event. So congratulations to everyone. I'm excited to be able to have the State of the College in person again. I'm a little salty. I'm the only trustee on the dais who's never had a State of the College. I've never had a commencement and in person. I never had a State of the College, period. Not even a remote one. Yeah, so I'm excited and looking forward to it. We're going to start planning the one for 2024 right now, because I haven't had that, and commencement as well. So I'm excited to look forward to it and planning a lot of great things again. So thank you, everybody. Good work. And happy spring break coming up, too.
Thank you, Vice President Malauulu. Trustee Zia?
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I want to really dovetail on what has already been shared on the great work of our wonderful staff and team for the State of the College. It was really one of my favorite State of the College in the past, gosh, I'm losing count of the years, 9 years I've been on this board. I really want to recognize you, acknowledge you, Mike. It was really special that you, one, shared credit with your team. You introduced them. That said a lot about your leadership style. I also was pleasantly surprised at the student story, and one of them was Nick Alvarado, and that was so special. I hope you know how much that meant to me personally. I wish I'd known, otherwise I would have, prepared for better makeup, because I was just losing it and running makeup afterwards with tears of joy and contacting his mom. And it would be really nice to have the student be able to come maybe next time, and the firm that is the industry partner that was recognized, Alcom, who gave him an opportunity, and I really appreciate you doing that. It was wonderful. I also want to mention that I was really inspired by your speech, President Chico. That really touched me, especially your personal story about your parents, and how it's so relatable to our students and what we're doing with childcare here, which is the #1 barrier for a lot of these students. And it was just really quintessential point of the story, and you included all your colleagues, and that was really, really nice, and I appreciate that. And I really want to give a big shout out to Carl Kemp. He did a phenomenal job improvising, thinking on his feet. I know it was a month and a half into the job, but you kept it real, Carl. And along with our communications team, you guys rock. To see Brad running around, Stacy, Jerome was like our incredible superstar as always. I did want to run up and give a little note about Brad Cryfield being one of the electeds, but I know he wasn't participating in that capacity, so I didn't want to muck it up, but I wanted to flag it. So shout out to school board member Brad Cryfield for being newly elected. That concludes my report, and I really want to wish everyone a happy Women's History Month, and thank you everyone for all the work you do to take care of our students.
Thank you, Trustee Zia. I guess I'll talk about some of the things that are coming up. I was at a lot of events, some of the same events that my colleagues were at. But there's some important events coming up. I want to say that Supervisor Hahn was partnering with the City of Long Beach to bring a walk-up food distribution event at Admiral Kidd Park on Wednesday, March 22nd from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. A lot of times they're drive-through. You don't have to do that. You can walk up at Admiral Kidd Park and get really nutritious, great food to take home. Also, there's going to be the Long Beach Sangran, which is being hosted right here on the PCC camp. Ginny, the Pacific Coast campus. And Sangran is a New Year celebration. It's observed in Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, and some parts of India. This is going to be part of a weekend celebration. That celebration takes place on April 1st from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., again here at PCC. And then the following day, Sunday, April 2nd, is the Cambodia Town Parade and Culture Festival. And that's always wonderful, and we're going to have our affinity groups participate and LBCC will be part of the parade. And then I was notified about a week ago that I was selected as one of the grand marshals for the parade. So I want to thank Cambodia Town Inc. for that. It's a great honor. And then last, I just want to recap State of the College and echo everything that my colleagues have said about it, everything that the public has said about it. And I don't know about you all, but I'm hearing so much positive feedback. It really was, it allowed us to really, put our hearts into this and convey the message of collaboration and commitment to our students and our faculty, because I know that that is top of the list for each one of us. And we couldn't do it without the support of our executive team. And Dr. Munoz, you are incredible. You really are a shining star, elevating our profile. And I look forward to an even better State of the College next year, 2024, because I know it's being planned right now. And with that, we are going to adjourn. Oh, wait, sorry, there's one more. 15.1, public comments on non-agenda items. Were there any requests?
No requests.
Okay, we don't need a second closed session because we got all our work done. And then we're going to adjourn the meeting in memory of Taylor Cleason. And the meeting is now adjourned at 8:14. Have a good evening.